All right. I'm thirsty. Let's get a sip of this cornet. In the cornet glass, that's right! I cheers you. Mmm. So good. Mmm. Okay. Right, so where were we last time? Last time on the Scrambled Egg live show, I managed to make sure that while I was in the Elm frontend, if you're a new player, you get to see, oh, look at this Scallop and Carpera tutorials, they're in the ranking, nice! They have 0 rank, but that's fine. You can choose to register. When you do that, you will be directed to a local keycloak that I'm running, of course. This needs to be configurable at some point, but for now this works just fine. And let's say that this is Epic Games authentication, blah blah blah. So I'm gonna log in as Tim with a super secure password Tim. Click on sign in. I will get redirected to the front end. The front end will recognize that I'm an authenticated user because I've got a valid Jwt token and whatnot. And then the front end also does a call to the user info endpoint to find like their full name or whatever, and they welcome me, hooray! And then you get presented with a welcome message. So in the front end, for the front end, we're logged in successfully, great. Now the next thing we need to do is, instead of having people instantly be directed to this page, we need to direct them towards a what's it called, like I think register, to this page where you can then enter your nickname. So that would be Scallop. I would click on join the fray, and at that point the nickname Scallop and the Jwt tokens sub plus ISS combination is going to be saved for a registered player. And then we're in business. Okay, it seems that there's a bit of an issue, and I don't know why. Oh, we did a bad request. Being naughty. Naughty. Let's see what the server says. Error! Oh yeah, you can only register once with the same Epic account. Oh, that's because why? Because I fill in a dummy some dummy combination of sub and ISS, so it's always going to be the same thing. That's cool. We're not really handling that error, so oopsie. Anyway, so today what we'll be doing is this part basically. So once we head back to the front end, there should be some flow that's going to kick in that is then going to check whether there's already a known registered player for that combination. So it's this. That's the combination we're looking for. If we don't find that sub or that combination, they should be presented with this form basically, and then fill in their nickname, and then they're finally registered, and otherwise they'll just get redirected to the home page. So that's the behavior that we've got now when you're successfully logged in. So that would be this part. Normally you get presented with a login, but I don't clear my cookies just yet, so whatever. So this doesn't do actually anything. But that's what we're trying to do today or tonight. And the main part will be, I think, Kotlin. Why is that? Well, we don't have an endpoint yet that we can call from our UI that can tell the UI or any client whether there's a player by that specific combination of what's it called, a sub and ISS. That's it basically. So the one thing that I am going to look for now, in fact, is have I added those things on my registered? Ah, yeah, we do. We've got an external account ref. Sweet. And this is the combination of an ISS and a sub. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have bound this to Jwt tokens, but this is fine, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I think we can just get away with this for now. Quite sure. Where do we go from here? So let's just try to start from, oh, I've got an idea. We've got in our web module, we have got scenario tests. Bam. So maybe, oh, we can maybe just expand on this part, or no? Ah, yeah, of course. So when an anonymous user registers themselves, the first thing that is actually going to happen here is, instead of immediately registering this player, we're gonna first check if there's already a player that exists with that combination. And now what we might need to do, why is there the temporary until we implement OAuth stuff? It might be that we don't just push Jwt info there, but like the full Jwt token maybe, so that we can verify later. Let's just do it separately first and then check that. Okay, so let's do fetch player step with Jwt info then, I guess, because now it's just a pair, and here this pair, I don't like this because we're actually putting it in ISS and sub. So maybe let's first refactor this so that it's the ISS and the sub, and then it'll become a little bit more readable. So here, instead of a pair, the thing I'll do is I'll make a Jwt info JSON thing. Does that exist? In fact, maybe it's already here in this thing. Oh yeah, I have a Jwt ISS and Jwt sub things. So now we just need to bind them in something that's available. I don't want to be using this part, I don't think. It's a bit strange that we can just access this or not. ExternalAccountRef, that's also here. But that's not something I want to use in my REST API here. Okay, so let's do Jwt info JSON then, which is going to take an Jwt ISS field, and yeah, so now I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use that, in fact. player ID is also in core API, so I guess we are allowed to do that, or I have allowed myself to do that. Sub Jwt.sub. That thing. All right. And now what I think we'll do is in that scenario itself, there was a to constructor to construct a pair. So what I'll do is I'll make an inline function, which is an operate. I may think it should be this. No, it's not. It should be infix operator, and then maybe to doesn't exist as an actual operator, does it? No, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. So public infix operate. No, I don't need operator because it's not a symbol. Jesus Christ. To, which takes I don't want to put it on that, but I want to put it on a Jwt.iss. To then takes a sub, which is a Jwt.sub type, and it's going to return an info. Meow. Yeah, I didn't need the inline, that's correct. And then I'll just return info JSON of this, which is the Jwt.iss and the Jwt.sub then. Zizo, and now, oh yeah, now I'm already like this. Yo, Mr. Rat, what's up? Maybe this is now, haha, Jwt info. Oh, cool. Oh wait, maybe it already was. Yeah, I think it already is, in fact. That's so funky, yeah. Holy crap. And now it's complaining, I don't know, this Jwt info JSON thing. Yeah. Neat. So now we just need to transform this into Jwt info JSON, and we good. And then the one thing I want to do as well is maybe not call this to, because now I can just rename it. With, maybe with. I think with might be a keyword. It's always so dangerous. Oh, it's indexing. Yeah, indeed. So the the thing is, I have done this sort of refactoring before, and this is the reason why I like using type aliases, because this one, the ISS and the sub, they're merely type aliases for a string, but when you then combine it to this thing, something that doesn't really add up for me though, is why did IntelliJ think to override the to on a string to use this one, this function, and not interpret it as a pair? Because actually, when I do this, I should definitely just make it internal, otherwise I can nowhere use to on strings to combine them into pairs. Alain, what's going on? Taking a long time, eh? Oh, fucking hell. But anyway, this is the reason why I like type aliases, I was saying, because it allows you to do nice refactorings like this. And you can then, through inline magic, point this to, because if I inline this right now, it's gonna, yeah, just that inline these things into a Jwt.info JSON, which actually makes more sense. So maybe let's just do that straight away. Grr. I wanted to stop scanning files, please. The indexing took long enough. Let's go. Yeah. Let's just think ahead maybe then. The moment this will work, we will pass it to the register player step, which we even can navigate to. That's nice. And I think here, instead of first doing a response, or a post, I mean, we should probably do a get, where, well, forward to a function that's going to do the fetch based on the Jwt.info, basically. That's something that I want to add. So that's going to look quite a lot like this. Fetch player by Jwt.info step. It won't take a player ID, but it will take this as an argument. And I think it's like this, and then it might return this, or it might not. I don't want this API to throw an exception when it doesn't exist, so it should be a query string. It shouldn't take the player ID, but it should have this combination. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay then. Let's do Jwt.iss equals. Oh wait. As query params. There we go. And then we'll just add a function Jwt.info JSON.as query params, which should return a single string, and it should look like this. So you'll return I think Jwt.info JSON, it will always have. Oh wow, that's so annoying now. I can't do anything actually. I wonder why it's decided to start indexing now. I was already running everything. Anyway, Jwt.info.jwt.iss. So that's like this then, iss equals, and sub is this. I hate coding blindly, eh? It's so annoying. But this is basically what I was trying to achieve. Okay. Then this endpoint won't exist yet, so I was hoping to show that. Oh yeah. That's funny though. Trying to SSH into a VM that I didn't start yet. Good times. Why is it not up yet? It would be more fun if we got a bit more feedback. Because right now we just get indexing ... Oh. You what, mate? Has been suspended. We don't have any errors, so that's good. Of course, it can't report on any errors either. But yeah, that's fine. All right, so this is what that thing looks like, or I think it's going to look like. So we can't test it yet, but that's, I think, all the test I need. No, that's not true. I'm going to need to use it first. So that's this. Let's try and fetch that first, and then we can verify. So if this is different from null, that means we've already found a player. We should actually throw an exception already. Yeah. Yeah, because this is already covered with that exception handling, because we tried to do that, in fact, just a couple of minutes ago. And then we got an exception. I mean, in the console, but not in the UI, because we don't do error handling yet. Nice. But that's already Gucci. But here I want to report on some unexpected state. So it should be something like this. So let's fail the unit test, because we're in unit test land here. Fail with the you're trying to register a player, but there's already a player registered with the same external account ref, and then we'll list this. Yeah, and now this should be an import, but I don't know it by heart. Don't make me restart my IntelliJ. Yeah. It is going slowly though. I mean, it's progressing, I mean, but very, very slowly. Oh, you know what it might be actually? Let me check. Because last week I upgraded to a new, or the new version of IntelliJ, and it might not have. Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. I could bump this a bit, Maya. It's okay. I did broken that. Surface. Alright. Maybe I should just do live updates while we're waiting. Let me check. Have you folks seen this? My new. The just chatting pane. Hallelujah. Yeah, so the thing I wanted to, maybe good news. Next Sunday will be yet another Sunday where I'm going to host another special Sunday, or Sunday special. I forgot what I called it already. And this time I'm going to be talking about my own personal model of motivation. So what makes me motivated? And I've identified this cycle, or actually two cycles. One is a vicious and one is a virtuous. And it's a reinforced feedback loop, but you'll learn all about that on Sunday. It's one of those shorter sessions that I'll do, because I've noticed that if I put that stuff on YouTube, it gets way more views. Because I guess people say, oh, it's just 1 hour, so that's fine. Yeah, really? Maybe yeah, a bit of motivation, Mr. Red. It's not easy. Honestly, it's really not easy. It's a very tough topic, I think. Just to stay, quote unquote, stay motivated. People will tell you, oh, just follow your passion. You need to do something that you're passionate about. Yeah, but what if you're not passionate about anything? What could be your motivation then? Money is a fine answer, by the way. There's no judgment about that. Because it's different for everybody else, of course. Yeah. So the other thing I was trying to look at as well is in this new layout, or how do you call, like, scene, I think. the chat might look a bit too small on screens. I'm not really sure about that, in fact. Would be cool if that could be confirmed then, because then I can try and increase it. I won't do it on the spot because that'll be a little bit messy. So yeah. What else is new? I'm about to move house, I mean. We bought a house in December somewhere, and now finally, after a bunch of renovations, and they're still having to do a bunch of renovations next week, we're moving on somewhere in the end of May. So that will be exciting times. I hope I can continue doing the stream without interruptions. That would be great, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Finally, still some stuff to manage. I don't like the adulting part of all of this, but I guess it's a necessity. In the meanwhile, we're halfway, so maybe yeah. I'm open for questions. I've got like maybe I'm not supposed to share, but you moved as well? Live next to the train tracks, and for some dumb reason, every time I see a train, I have to call it out to anybody that is in Discord with me that a train is passing by. So fun. That's so fun. Great. Train! You're like that dog in Up that shouts when he sees a squirrel. That's fun, man. Your nickname also reminds me of Kugrash. I don't know if you know this. What's it called? Dropout.tv, which is like a bunch of people from College Humor, the website from back in the day. I think it's still up actually, but now they've got like a separate thing where it's pay-per-view, and they host a D&D show called Dimension 20, and they do different campaigns that are all dungeon or DM'd or dungeon mastered, I don't know, by Brennan Mulligan, and he's an amazing dungeon master. But more importantly, Brian Murphy, he plays a character called Kugrash, and he's a rat druid. So he's Mr. Rat, in fact. You should, if you're into D&D or like RPGs or that kind of stuff, it might be worth your while to check it out. I think that the campaign is called The Unsleeping City, and you can actually, The Unsleeping City you can watch on YouTube for free. I can highly recommend. It's very fun to watch and listen to. Because it's, I mean, in the end, it's a squad of improvisation players, and they really know the funnies. So great fun to be had there. And great storytelling as well. It's really cool. Jesus. Still 75%. This is brutal. And you know what? I even fired up IntelliJ before I went live in the hopes that I wouldn't get into this problem, and yet here we are. Murphy. The other Murphy then. Let's go back to the live coding and just start implementing it more blindly. So we need, for sure, we need to add something to the player controller where instead of getting a player by ID, we'll want a get player by external account ref, where we won't get a path variable, but I hope this works, I'm not sure. Yeah, indeed. Well, I know the best thing that could happen is, and that's it just working, of course. And for me, the worst thing that could happen, I'm not actually sure. There's such less impact, or so little impact, I want to say. It's not live, it's not in production. I manage it completely on my own. Yeah, the thing I don't know is I need type completion now to help me out. So it's not path, I know that, but what is it? Do I really have to? Now I have to resort to Googling this stuff. SpringBoot REST controller query params. Maybe it's not even in here and it should be just like this. And then hopefully I can just go like this at query, yikes, param, and then it should have a Jwt.iss, which is then Jwt.iss, which is a Jwt.iss type, and then we'll do the same. Oh, let's put that on a new line, like this, and then this should be sub. Up. We don't yet have a query executor for that, or I mean, we have a query executor, but we don't have a query. So this should be player by external account ref, and instead of passing along an ID, we need to pass along an external. Oh my god, are you kidding me? So it's still indexing, but an IDE error occurred. Maybe I did. No idea. Stuff went wrong. Maybe this is the worst thing that could happen. Oh, yeah. Oh. No, I don't know. I don't want to report this. I mean, we're in indexing mode. I accept any errors that can happen now. It's fine. Let's do this. Meow. Cool. So we will know because of this type, it should be a query. We need to create the external account ref first. So that's external account ref, which is an external paused. Why are you no? It broken. Look, I'm really stubborn, huh? Oh! Analyzing some issues here. Import. Ne? Yeah, so the other thing that's not really wise is this new layout is really fancy. I mean the stream layout, but it's very, very CPU intensive. And that's one of the reasons why this is going so slow. Maybe it's not query param. Maybe it's like completely. Jesus, I have no idea. This will point us in the general direction of what we need to do. Am I right? It's query param. How can I access? So this should exist, except that it doesn't. Fuck. Grr. Hang on. Maybe I can cheat. Oh, it really doesn't exist. Huh? Params? Okay, that I think we need to do that as well. For sure. Because otherwise it will hit differently. No, it will so that was params, I think. And that was an array, well, of both of these, I guess. So, Emma, honestly. Why is it not, am I not in the right? Maybe these guys have correct import statements. Let's have another sip and everything will be fine. Oh, great. So maybe it isn't Spring Boot. Okay, then I guess it's request param or something. What does this do? Yeah, okay. So it's request param. And then here, same. My bad. It was just a honest mistake. Okay, so these need Jwt.iss and then a Jwt.sub. This query doesn't exist yet, but let's try and create it at the same level as this one. Should be like that. Be a player by blah blah blah. Does not have the val ID, but instead have the external account ref, like this. Indeed, thank you. Which is a query that might return. Oh, you bastard. Grr. Maybe something else is wrong. Oh, it's not an override. Oh, wait, no, it needs an ID? I am Confucius. Oh, it needs an ID. That's not very well designed, my dear scallop. I mean, it doesn't have an ID, does it? Same for here. This is how I solved it there. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. That's not good. That's really that's not okay. Oh my god. Hang on. There's a different thing here as well. Any type and any type cannot be allez, zeg het. Optional. So I should make it explicit like this. But then I bet that the other queries will break. Ah, nee, okay. Can I do this? Then it works. What stuff is not compiling anymore then? Here I need... Yeah, so I don't want to initialize this one using a randomly generated ID. I hate when past self refuse to do a refactor step. It's like, you asshole scallop, why did you do that? Let's do init, I think, and then go like that. See, now what we're doing is we've created a constructor that only takes an external account ref, which is the thing that makes sense. This we are not using, in fact, so this one should actually also be implemented similarly, so that we make explicit that it's yeah, we don't need that. I wonder if in this case it's not a class but just an object, in fact. That should also work, eh? Yeah. So bad. This is so bad. I need to... Let's add it to do here or something, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, import. Oh. Required any found registered player represented. Oh yeah, I guess. That's another annoying thing here. Okay, let's make a second execute overload. I'm not sure if that will work. Where we explicitly make this yeah, so this should be fine. And now it's an overload? Yeah, okay. So I think what will happen next is if we say, well, the aggregate is in fact an optional thing, Now we need to all of a sudden make sure, well, what if it is optional? Then handler for a query. Won't work anymore. That's weird, huh? Where's Q? Q is a query of an R, where R is an any. But again, R is or might be this kind of an any type. Here, a query handler, same idea. Actually, the type doesn't need to be a question mark. That's the thing, I think. Generics, it's always fun. This, however, is going to make sense now, huh? Or is it? Yeah, it's not. Wrap with let call. Why not? Okay, let's think a bit. So I think I do want my, well, actually, let's see what this thing returns, huh? Yeah, okay. Nothing because it doesn't compile. Let's try this. Then it should compile, but in this case, we should always get, excuse me, a player. However, for this query, let's go here. Yeah, well, we should put the same thing here as well. So in the player by ID handler, maybe here we can say that it's an optional thing. I'm not actually sure. Player by external account ref. I mean, we're definitely going to be using the player repository. It's not going to be mapped to player by ID, but player by external account ref, this one. And it might return this. It's so annoying that we still have to do that. That's fine. Okay. So in this implementation, we would get a random player. That's not what we want, of course. We want to use the external account ref and then get by. Just player get by external account ref. Yeah. Account ref. There we go. Doesn't exist yet. That's fine. We'll create it in the repository, sure. And it's supposed to return a registered player, question mark, I think, because it might not. Let's put it closer with the other gets. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do the same thing. So really, it should be players get. Actually, it's not get. It's find by external. Or maybe it should still be get. How did I make that distinction again? I think get is when you know that there is one, and if it's not, then it should explode. If you're doing find, it might return it might not. So that just should be fine by ExternalAccountRef. Using the ExternalAccountRef, of course. And when it exists, we'll do to registered player. Okay. This doesn't exist yet. So let's just navigate here. We'll just add it. Same thing here. We'll do external account ref. It's still this thing. Voila. Oh. It's a bit weird that I could access that. But I mean, it's still an API, I guess, so whatever. Okay. Yeah, so now this thing is in fact returning possibly a registered player. So that means our repository is correct. And now we still need to do the same thing here. And we have to say, well, if it doesn't exist, you get nothing, son. Of course, this works as well. But then in our query handler, oh yeah, okay. Here we can just say, oh yeah, so the type information works here. But for some reason, oh, that's probably because we didn't do this. Yeah. That should be all, in fact. We never needed to say that it's an optional type in our query after all. But then let's go to our contracts in the controllers, because I believe stuff is gonna go kaput there. Yeah. Because now we all of a sudden have to deal with the fact that these might be optional. Yeah. That's also not what I want. So we can't just do that. I want two different ones. Yeah, still. So that means I really actually do need to make two different ones. But how do you resolve that? I have to type it, I think. Now I want an optional transform, I guess. But then the handle actually, I think the handle might always need to deal with question mark things. or no? Because it will break though, no? It will break if I do it there. Okay. Yeah, this should not just be any then, I guess. Yeah, nice. So here we need to optionally deal with that. Here I think I can make this happen. So if it's null, then don't do this. So let's do a let construction. Maybe there's a thing I can do here. Eh? Oh yeah, I wonder if you can write both. I hate it myself that I don't think about this stuff first. Like this. Thinking is overrated. Always returns not. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, if this equals null, return null, else it shouldn't be this. Return, so that's the same thing. If null, else this, just like it was before, in fact. There. Yeah. And here it doesn't want to deal with possibility of it being JSON. So we'll use that instead. Nee? Oh snap. Required a non-optional representation, and here it says same thing. Brute forcing for programming is quite difficult indeed. It's also not very clean, of course. I'm actually not sure if this should be that, or it should be like this, probably. That makes a little bit more sense. So if player is not null, then map it to OK. So that would be player.let response. I could have done the refactoring there, tutor. Okay. But now what? So this thing we need to fix somehow. Change parameter transform type of function. Yeah, juist. So let's go to the execute. So the transform. The thing is, I really don't think you can use overloading with optional types. So this would be, in my book, an overloaded execute function, because it looks almost exactly like this one, and it's named the same. The only difference is that this transform function is one where you've got a query with an optional result that then optionally transforms it as well to this thing, and then it should also return an optional representation. But overloading cannot work. Something like that, maybe? At least then I'm calling the correct one. Nee? There's still something wrong here. My handle for the query is always going to return a representation. Oh, plus also. Here I did change that type. Where I didn't need it. So I think my concrete question would be, what would my concrete question be? How do generics work with optional types or nullable types? And then maybe this example here. The issue there is that I don't want to have a separate execute or null function. I'd rather just overload the other execute function, but with an optional generic type. But if I do, then all callers will always have to deal with that type being nullable. And I don't want that. I wanted to make it explicit which type I'm expecting via my query generic. If it's a query something, then the query handler and execute function should be dealing with a nullable type if it's a query. No, really something. Maybe actually something. Then the query handler and execute function don't need nullable unwrapping code. Maybe it's just the problem of the thing I want to express, in fact, because if basically I'm saying a query executor, or like that function execute, or even just a query type, it really needs to be one single thing only, no? Difficult. Because what's the other thing that I had in my head just now? Yeah, so this generic type shouldn't need to know if it's an optional type or no. That's maybe that's the reason why you can't pass nullable information along with a generic type. That's probably why. Because as you can see, nothing in here now is even listed with an any type. So, and the thing I want to avoid is I want to sort of make explicit, or make how do you say that? It's like a quality of life feature for developers, aka me, that when I would call, or when I would execute a query where I define an explicit not nullable type to this query, then I should just be able to pass along this transform stuff. And if at some point in my actual query that thing is null, so I don't find anything, then it should explode. It should return an exception saying, hey, you tried querying for this thing that you clearly expect to be there because you pass along a non-nullable type. Then the repository is going to throw the exception. Whereas if I make explicit that the type I'm passing, or I'm expecting that for that query to return, is an optional or nullable type, then I want to handle that stuff myself. That's basically the thing I want to express. Dang it. Oh, maybe. Yeah, no, that's. We're so close as well. Layer representation. This is it. Are you kidding me, bro? Yeah, I am referring to a function that's only there on this one. Wait, so why can't I do this again? Ah, yeah. It's because it's an internal. I mean, it's an it's an extension function. So whenever you would compile it to Java, they would be called the same way. So you have to name them. Maybe I can actually. If it's the only thing, then I can say. Wasn't there like an annotation that you can? No. Okay, let's just keep it at that then. Okay, now what else is broken? Wait, so I don't want to just skip this just yet. I need to understand it a little bit better. So we made an explicit executor null function that understands that, well, I'm dealing with a query that has a possible query nullable type. So this is how you deal with that stuff. And then my handle. See, and this is the part that I still wonder about. Why is that handle? Yeah. Here it still can only say, well, it's this type and not the nullable variant of that thing. So maybe, wait. Ooh. You know what, this might be a little bit nicer. I was wondering if I could pass along the type here, which I'm sort of doing with this query here. However, oh Jesus, my brain is hurting. So we've got a reified type here, Q, which is a thing I'm going to be returning. And so if I've got a query which is typed with a query with a generic nullable type, then I wonder why this is not returning the nullable query result. It's this, the R, and that's the thing that's bothering me a bit. Because in that case, yeah, I think I need to duplicate this as well. For nullable query or something. or null. Nah. And in that case, I might not just return anything. Here, this should be fine. Yeah, nee, why not? Oh, query handlers. Here it's saying queue is not used for some reason. I wonder why. So the queue itself should not be optional. That's for sure. But then what? Maybe I need to explicitly define the result type. So the thing I'm looking for is a query handler of type, well, typed with, you're bound to that queue thing, and you're going to be returning an optional R. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, okay, nice. And then why the handle? That's right. The handle is not bound to the query's representation. That's again because you can't pass along the optional type. I mean, screw it. This is good enough. Godverdomme. Okay, then what else is broken? I bet somewhere in the scenario stuff is wrong. Okay, I guess not. I bet somewhere in the register player step something is wrong. Remember, this is the thing that we wrote blindly, yeah? Oh. It's still analyzing what it. Never mind, spoke too soon, sorry. That's fun. No, I don't want JSON path. Maybe I think I want... this one. Oh man. What? Not enough? No. Then it must be a different import. I don't know why I ended up using backticks. I'm not using JSON here. I mean JavaScript. Yeah, okay. Ali, import. If you're doing capture the flag challenges and there's a challenge called malware, it contains malware. Who would have thought that? Wow. Sounds scary. There is a... Okay, so it wasn't an extension somewhere. Okay, cheeky. Okay, so now of course the .first and .second won't work anymore, which we can actually fix quite easily. Look at this. I'll do first, second. Voila, all of a sudden this just works. And now we will rename this to Jwt.ISS. Every time IntelliJ does this, looking for usages, I always get scared that IntelliJ is also going to refactor too much information. I mean, too much second instances or first instances. What's your problem? That's indeed incorrect. See, kids, this is why you need the compiler. Voila. Okay. Now it should be fine. Now we can inline this. Remove the function. And then now we also hope that it's not going to create Jwt.info.json everywhere that it's using a pair. Actually, let me revert that last action and make a little commit before we do that. Please allow me to. There's no undo. There's no undo refactor. Panic mode engaged. Uh-oh. Can we turn off panic mode? I'm looking for a reference to 2, where I used the 2. Seems normal. There was some stuff not compiling there. Here I meant to refactor the 2. Okay, and that's it. Nice. God damn it, I was doing something and it was like local EIP. I was actually putting a local IP there instead of my local IP. I need... Oh man. Feel bad for you, son. Alright, now it needs to be aligned with this one, of course. Or not. What? I can't even do this. I can't even return the optional type now anymore. No, I thought I was through it. Yeah. Oh wait, The only thing I can do now is make everything optional, implement it once, and then just throw the exception on the get, and that's the only thing I can do. Literally. But in that case, I don't actually need this question mark to be there. I just need my handle to be able to return a question mark or a nullable type. And then deal with it here. So optionally transform it. Then we'll optionally return. This can go. And now I need to fix everything else. Crikey! So. Then the map can stay, huh? This I no longer need. Imagine if I had written a bunch of unit tests for all of this stuff, huh? Emma. Maybe I can keep the executor null. And then have the execute be implemented like this. But then execute is definitely going to do this. And then if my handle returns an optional, then explosion. That might work, eh? Where is the repository? Couldn't find. Dear Lord. I want to keep the exception messages in the domain. I guess I need like an explicit type for this. I need the maybe type and then unwrap. That's the only option I need. I can use. You can't get away with optional, the question mark stuff, because you can't contain it to a type, or to a generic type, I want to say. That's the problem. But that's like a big refactoring, I guess. Is it? Yeah, throw a domain event. It's not a domain exception here. This isn't core API. but I can't throw it from the CQRS class because CQRS is an infrastructure. Yeah. Generic not found exception. Don't know. Maybe I can just do this and then add the generic not okay, let's just add it here somewhere then. Is that a data class? No, I think it's just a regular class, huh? Yeah, it should look like this. We can just extend runtime then. All right. There is no cause, so like this. Voila. Okay. Now let's see how this works. Okay. Is there something else not compiling? If this works, then I'm getting myself another beer. Just, you know, to try to reach the Balmer peak again. It looks like it's still compiling, but I'm not really sure what's that magical loading bar here. Okay, whatever. Let's go to the scenario here. I think I should be able to run this test twice. No, it's going. I think it might explode. I mean, it's not going to ever explode because we're wiping the database every time. Oh boy, here we go. What now? Oh, is that this thing? Yeah. So, okay, that's it. Toch? And we still want to test that fetching that player using that info here actually returns nothing. So if I register the player for the first time, it should work. All of this stuff should work. Allee, jong, godverdomme. What the shit? Oh, okay. That's because I indeed have not implemented that. So return players.fetch find where it.externalAccountRef. Oh, that doesn't exist. This equals ExternalAccountRef dot and Jwt.sub ExternalAccountRef sub. Voila. Now you happy? Please tell me you're happy. Where were we? Yeah, so after this has successfully been asserted, then maybe we'll do all of this, in fact, just to make sure that everything else works. And then I can still do a run blocking where we will do a fetch. Fetch player. Oh, we didn't make that into an actual step, did we? Oh, we did. So if we use the Jwt info now, we should get an actual player again. Huh? I mean, yeah, we should get return val registered player. It's this thing all over again, basically, and then that's fine. Okay. Let's run this test. I have no idea what all the debug information was. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit weird. So my player's DAO does not have an implementation of my get by here exists. You are kidding me. This already exists. Guys. So here we actually only want to know that a player exists with that external account, not the actual, we don't want the thing to be returned. I still wonder like why that is that So my registered player repository uses a queryable players interface. This one. It's an interface. It has listed this new function here. But this interface gets I know why. Gets implemented by this other interface, and since it's an interface, it doesn't actually need to implement it. That's why. This should be it, I think. We'll keep the exists because it's, I don't know, a simpler query or something. We could just implement this exists in the repository by trying to find this, and then if it exists, then. But that's a refactor step, I guess. Okay, let's rerun. Let's rerun it. Explosions are cool, so it doesn't matter if it explodes. This is true. I feel it. This time we're gonna have a green test. Can't always be right. Okay. This is again DAO bullshit. Yeah, that makes sense. It should look like this. So that we don't need to unwrap this, I believe. I mean, unless I can do this. I'm not sure you can, but you know what, let's try and then Failing is the only way to learning, so glad to be failing now in my own spare time than on a project. You're welcome, next customer. Ah yeah, voila. Okay, so no dice. Wait, I only want this to be gone and then this to look like that. Then this should look like this. And then I guess it's just passing in the repository the proper. Oh yeah. And I think what I can do, I'm not quite sure if I can, is destructure it immediately. I'm not sure if I can. Let's try that though. Okay, let's try it like this maybe. So something that has a Jwt.iss, which is a Jwt.iss, and something that has a Jwt.sub, which is a Jwt.sub. It's fun to just try concepts from other languages straight into Kotlin or other languages that you might know. So this doesn't seem to work. Bye. Then we just do it like this. Okay. And then for that refactoring, we might need to create that maybe type. Jong. So I guess this was correct. Train. Oh, that's so funny. People might distill where you live. Crikey. I guess what's happening here is that it's trying to return the player controller, I think. Yeah, maybe it should just be this, and then so either player exists and you return or you transform it, otherwise it should just be response entity. I actually don't know what we should return. And null. Then this must be like that. Nee. I don't think you can do that. So I think all the while it's an incorrect idea probably, yeah. I also just don't know what this thing means. I can only make an assumption. And that is that, oh, this is wait, this is Ktor? Ah, wait, so that's in the... Ah, I'm dumb, man. Godverdomme toch. What was here before, I think was already quite okay. It's just at the client side, I should take it into account better. Yeah. So it's gonna try. Maybe it doesn't work like that. Apparently it doesn't work like that. So here it's expecting there to be a registered player JSON, I think, and not yeah, I am dumb, yeah. Beyond repair. So the thing that's, I think now, if I interpret this message a bit better, it's the client Ktor. So that's this part here. If I perform a get and I do a get to this URL, I'm saying I'm expecting there to be JSON. But so I don't really know, or I don't understand the Ktor library that's good. So my expectation was, well, if there's body content, try to transform it into registered player JSON. If there's not, then just return null. That's fine for me. However, I don't think that's how HTTP works in the first place. So maybe I'm going about this all wrong. And I should actually catch an exception, like an HTTP 404, for example. And then have this actually return 404. But that's not what you do, huh? Typically you just return an empty array or something, because that's how query params work, I guess. Maybe we can do that instead. Just return an empty array. That'll be nice. Okay, how do we do that? The type we can keep like that. However, here I want this to be players or something, which is a list of registered player JSON things. So, and then I want to return players dot first or null. Voila. And now I'm gonna change my player controller to not return not just a single one, but return a list. And then if player exists, or we found one. In that case, we will return Is there a signature where it lets you add? It's not like that. It's a list of... Not sure if this works. Oh, it does. Okay, nice. Then we always return a response entity with this. Toch? So that's not a thing. Okay. Then it's let, where we return the list of it, and otherwise it's an empty list. I bet there's like an easier way to construct that. Maybe there's player dot map or something. No, that's basically what let is. Come on, be green. Please. Yay. Okay. Okay, nice. We went through all of the layers. There's an implementation now. We still need to do a big refactoring, I guess. Let's write that somewhere here. And to do, or maybe put that here or something. A refactor to not return R, but rather a maybe R, because we cannot express nullable type information in generics. What I mean by that is we can't go like, hey, give me an R and both an R with the same function name or overload, function overload. Okay, commit. So this is a new feature. This is or explicitly introduced new endpoint to check if there's already a registered player with with a given or for a given external account ref ISS plus sub. That's it basically. That's what we've been doing the last 2 hours and a half. I'll be right back with a new beer. Maybe it would have made sense to go over all of these things because we did touch quite a bunch of files. This is just, we can ignore because that's just our Ktor REST and API implementation, which I really don't have time to implement. This is a way to query players by their external ref and get player returned. And then what? Then we've got the implementation of the REST API in Spring Boot. Yeah. Where we are returning a list now, indeed, instead of an optional type. That do JSON there, I didn't really want to refactor, but a format did that for me, so I'm not gonna bother. That's the query handler for the player by external account ref, where we just forward and then optionally do representation. What's this thing again? The implementation in the repository, where we just forward to the JDBI interface, basically, where we still don't have like an actual good way of learning that we still need to implement that stuff, other than running our tests, which might just be fine, in fact. Maybe let's add that. Oh, you can't? Oh yeah, I already made a commit, whatever. Added a bunch of to-dos to refactor queries that don't use an aggregate ID. I can't believe I actually did that. That's so horrible. This could have used some cleanup, in fact. It's too bad. Oh yeah, the generic not found exception that we had to introduce to deal with that nullable result of that query. And then what's this stuff? Formatting. Oh yeah, here we added an implementation to find by external account ref. More formatting. This is the scenario where we added or we extracted the Jwt info. So we first create a player using the Jwt info and then verify that I can find myself, basically. Here's just formatting. We introduced a new Jwt info JSON data class. That we really only, actually, why is it a JSON? Because here we are in that step, and I don't think we ever use it as a JSON, huh? Do we? Not sure that it's a JSON, actually. Jwt JSON this thing. Only in tests. And here, that's probably why I call it JSON. It's really not JSON. It's just Jwt.info. Amend commit. Push it. Okay, and then I'll be right back. See you in a bit. All right. Back at it again. School. Okay. Now we should be able to use this endpoint from Elm to go and fetch. Oh yeah. Can close all of that stuff. In the UI, we've got source Elm. Think hard. I'm continuously postponing refactoring stuff. Jesus Christ. I'm just thinking in my mind. I'm always like, oh yeah, I'll keep it for a dull moment or whatever, but that dull moment is never gonna come. I'm not even being pressured by clients and I'm still postponing technical debt. I mean, solving or paying off technical debt. Amazing. Okay, I need a refresher on how this thing worked again. So on success, I think eventually we get into this got user info thing. Oh wait, did we clear? Did we already get rid of the token? Oh, we did not. Okay, that's nice. So last time, Forever Mash pointed out that maybe it's not a great idea to keep your token in JavaScript land somewhere. Because it's not safe, and I did some reading. Mainly like great resources I found are the ones from Auth0. They're great. Then there's also OWASP, of course. In retrospect, I was like, I know all of these things. But yeah. Mainly, the issue there is that if a hacker has made their way into JavaScript on your web page, that also means that they will be able to access cookies and was it again, like your local storage and stuff, and you're hacked anyway. There's no way to protect against. I mean, there are ways to protect against that, but that's like not something you can solve via authentication flows, I believe. But normally, on the 27th and 28th of May, there is supposedly a course by Philippe de Rijke. Maybe, wait, let me get that on screen. It's this one. It's remote. And it's from 9 to 5 2 days. And it sounds like something I'm going to need for work anyway. And then when I presented this to my bosses, I was like, hey, if we can get more than 3 people, we're getting a serious discount. So we're gonna try and go for that now, even though I am the day after. It's somewhere. No, wait, how was it again? Somewhere around that period, I'm moving, and it's gonna be annoying. But I'm gonna follow that course thanks to my company that I work for. Maybe a little bit of a commercial. Labora.be. Yeah, sure. Ooh, we should update this because Spark Central is now called Hootsuite. Look at these happy fellows. But yeah, so they're going to be sponsoring my security course or education, so that's super nice. We can drop that down. Okay. Maya, so for now it's safe. I mean, it's not safe, but it's fine if we just keep the token in our model somewhere in JavaScript land, is all I'm saying. It's not deployed anywhere aside from my local computer. And we're using a local key cloak as an IDP, so it's quite safe. It's the safest you can get, not deployed to production. Nothing can go wrong then. But yeah, So once we enter in our application again, and we got the user info, at that point we're 100% sure that we've got an authenticated user, and we are also 100% sure that on our model there will be a token. But so instead, yeah, but it's quite important that we enter, that we update the state a bit so that we know that, hey, this is a player that we know. And that's exactly where our new endpoint comes in. So here's the message that happens after we get the user info. So that's got user info. Here's the function that goes along with that. And then right now, if it errors, then we're gonna make sure that something error-y is thrown or whatever. But then here we're saying, okay, user info, update the model accordingly. So we're done at that point. And then here's a command none. But instead of this, we're actually going to query or perform a call again to check if there's a player for this token, basically. Oh no. And because my endpoint looks like waar is dat? Hier. It requires two arguments in the query parameters, Jwt.iss and Jwt.sub. That means we need to decode our Jwt token that we get in the model or from the model, decode it, only extract the ISS and sub, and pass that to our fetch player endpoint. We can check how that thing works again here. Was that leaderboard? No, it's in registration, never mind. Yeah. Okay, perform fetch players, but then there's like a single player that we only want to record, so it should be something like this. It's gonna be the same decoder or not? No, it's going to be a list, and really, I think we're only interested. It was a bad idea to first make the REST endpoint in Kotlin, but I wanted to do some Kotlin because that was such a long time ago. And then that also tells me that my mindset when I'm writing new scenario tests is not from the perspective of I am a UI and I need to deal with this stuff somehow. Like the forwarding logic, it wasn't in my head as I was writing or extending the scenario tests there. Wonder how I can do that. Anywho. As I was saying, I won't be interested in the actual result, I think. Even though I am returning a list of players, I only care if they're filled in or empty. So let's duplicate this bullshit and then put it in main somewhere. Right, because this actually, you can't really see it, but it's going to return a command. So here, instead of command none, I want to say fetch. Well, is it fetch? Yeah, fetch player by external account ref. And then we'll pass the token. We've always called it perform, so let's call it perform. And then here we are going to get the potential token, I guess, but maybe I already want to extract it here. Yeah, let's do that. So I want to say case model dot token of just token do the actual perform with the token, and if it's nothing, well, then it should be cmd.none. So and then yeah, this needs to look a bit different. And RU, it's just a string. Okay then. This just needs to be a list or something. Like list decoder, I don't know. And it should be the got fetch player by external account ref response. Player list decoder, don't know. Actually, it can be the same thing, because it's a list of registered players that I'm going to be returning there anyway. And we should return this thing. I do need to transform that token thing, so it just should turn up into something like Jwt.iss equals and sub equals sub. And then we'll put a let in here, and we'll create ISS and sub in this stuff. And then this is gonna be a new message somewhere. should be a result of http.error and then a list of just hello. Registered players. And that's gonna be a new thing to take into account into our update function. We call that got blah blah blah, and we want to update our model with that, so we don't have that yet. Oh wait, we need to a response or something, a result. So with result and our model. Do I somewhere already have that stuff? No. Resp, okay. Voila. Got user info. Let's put it underneath. Sign out requested. Nee? This thing, what was it first? I already forgot. Yeah. Response first. Probably no model and then response. It's expected to return a model, I think. Voila, that's compiling. Oh wait. Yeah. Found. Oh, it's a different error type. Well, we've got API error for that. It's the other way around. Of course, it is the other way around. Yeah, of course, I need to not just return the model, but return the model and then cmd.none. Okay, now it's compiling. Friends, we've got a compiling bit of code. Now we just need to deal with this stuff. So, I'm guessing it's not gonna be none, but we need to do some special stuff. Oh wait, let's first deal with this. Perform fetch player. So this token we need to transform somehow in the ISS and the sub. And I believe, I'm not quite sure. Oh, decoded token. Code. I actually have no idea how to do that. This might be more difficult than I thought. Okay, we've got maybe a decode token here as well. That would be so cool. Parse token? Nee. No, it doesn't look like we get to decode the token here. I mean, we could just send it over to our backend and then have the REST API decode it. But that's gonna make my scenario test annoying. Now that's funny. Last time or earlier I was wondering, where was it again? Here? There was like a to-do where I said something like here, temporary until we implement actual OAuth, because at that point I will be getting an actual job token. Seems like it's the time. The time is now. Well, the thing is, we did manage to verify that everything else is in place. The only thing I need to do now is then decode the job token. And that's it, basically. Yeah. Just use the ISS and sub from the decoded job token in my backend to check for a registered player or whatever. So then I don't want to decode in my UI and just pass the token along to so I don't need to do that. I don't even think I need to do this. And I believe in that OAuth package it says use token. Use token to authenticate a request, and I think we even did that somewhere already. So instead of get, I can do request with all of these, and then pass the token to headers, and then we're good, I think. It's a bit sad that there's no maybe there's no get with like a header where you can just add a header or something. Or I just don't know the library that well. That's fair. Oakley dokley, let's build a request using this. Alright, requests. Ooh, there's also a risky request. No, let's do this. And then I want, I know. All of a sudden I need to add a lot more stuff than just these things. Oh no. I need to have a more explicit I need to have a boolean returned. I need an endpoint with a boolean returned or something. Nee, let's just make an endpoint with this and then not an ID or something, but this is so bad, guys. Okay, let's go. Method. Get. Next. Headers. Here we do OAuth use token, which is going to be returning a list of other headers. So we'll just use token and an empty list. And then we've got our headers. Next up is URL. Then we've got body. I don't want body. How do they do that in the get? Oh, empty body. Nee? Oh, it's an HTTP. Okay, sorry, my bad. Then after body, we've got our expect. That's the message, and then there's timeout and okay, nothing, I guess, and tracker, which is nothing as well. Okay, now it's compiling again. Good. Okay, now we need to make sure that my backend actually is able to decode the token that I'm passing to it. And it feels like this is a string, but maybe it's not. It is in all caps. So, and then maybe I want my URL to be a bit more specific. Maybe like player by external account or something. I don't know. So difficult. But this is it though. And then the so when that successfully returns, here is how we are going to parse our response. So let's see, yeah. If the response is an empty list, then that means we don't have a player yet and we want to forward them to the register screen. So the register screen forwarding, where did we have that already? We used to have that on the register button. And we also, we don't have that there. I guess we have it in the home screen. No, in the registration screen, I mean. Where, here, I think we already get redirected, and no? I forget. There was like a thing with navigation somehow. Huh? I completely forgot how you do that. Dang it. Actually implement redirect to register screen. Got register player response. Which thing throws this now? Nothing. Well, no, I still don't get it. There's nothing that throws this, but yet here it is. Oh wait, no. Oh, this is completely wrong now. This is confusing me. Okay, let's just assume that the got fetch player by external account ref response comes in. Then we can case response of do this, and then this is where I had hoped that IntelliJ was going to help me, because the type is explicit. Because we've got a result which has either an API error or a list of registered players. Here's the same kind of thing. Here we handle it. There we go. And it's supposed to look like this a bit. So either your result is an error or it's an OK. Okay, so, and in our case, it's an API error. No, it's also an error or an OK. Okay. If it's an error, then sure, do this. Otherwise, if it's an OK and you've got your player, I guess. Here we can still, I think, can you do that? Yeah, I think, yeah, whatever. List is empty player. So if then model cmd none, else model cmd none. Yeah. So if it's an empty player, then we want to route. No, if it's empty, then it's fine, and you want to route to home. Route to known player home. And else you want to route to actually register with nickname. Route to register. Nice. Okay, let's do route to known player home. Let's just return this. Oh, that's the current model. And then routing something with nav load, I think, or it's either load or it's push URL. It's gonna be load. Yeah. You might need to do this and then load or something. Key. Oh wait, let's check if we've already got nav.load somewhere. Here and here. Here it's really like a load. Okay, maybe let's check push URL then. That we also had before apparently. Registration redirect button clicked. It says me nothing. And here. What's up, Anthony Q? Enrich your pattern matching instead of using an if. What do you think? Okay, hang on, I need to first parse your suggestion. Can you believe I already forgot where I had that if somewhere? Ah, here, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, I understand what you mean. So if it's an empty list, then we'll route here, and then if it's an okay with anything else, then I guess. Then we'll route to register. Like this. Yeah, that's nicer. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. It's much cleaner this way. Yeah. I sort of want to. Yeah, that's maybe for another time or something. Thank you for suggesting. Do you happen to also know whether or not I should be using push URL to route to an internal page? So yeah, it's annoying because now nothing is compiling, of course. So maybe just let's do nothing for now, and then it should compile. There we go. So now what happens is a non-registered player, an anonymous player as well, enters the main screen. They see this beautiful website. They're like, oh, I also want to compete in this league. They click on register. They get redirected to Epic Games' authentication thing. There they enter their username and password. After they successfully authenticate here, they will be redirected back towards what? Towards our UI again. But then the redirect will put a token on that request, HTTP request. Elm will detect, hey, there's a token on there, so let me just parse that and call the user info endpoint, and that's what causes this to happen. Now the thing I want to happen is that when we're in this case basically, so you're authenticated but I don't know you yet, or the system doesn't know you yet, I want to navigate you to the actual registration screen, which looks like this. So I want people to be forwarded to /register. Do I do that with a URL.push, or wait, a nav.push, or is it a nav.load? Nav.load. I think it's a command. I'm not sure. Push is okay. Because with push it says to just change the URL, but do not. Yeah, because it's an SPA, of course, because it's an internal URL. You want to just push and then have Elm's navigation handle that, because you need to pass that key thing, which we get from our model, I think. Oh god. Sometimes I wish the IntelliJ Elm plugin was a bit better. Here, so it is just key. Okay, nice. Model.key. And then what else does this take? It's a string. And normally what we should do is have like a URL dot from or builder or something. Or even parser, I don't remember. Yeah, there's an example somewhere in my registration Elm thing, I think. URL, yeah, and this is actually this is it. So if I can't actually call this from anywhere because it will use relative, but in this case it is indeed correct. So this is a bit scary to put that in the registration module. I'm learning. It's fine. Everything is fine. People make mistakes all the time. But maybe I do want to refer to this variable though, because I need to sort of fix it so that it's always going to be correct from whichever page that you use this variable, if that makes sense. So that would be this URL, so that's registration.url. Voila. I think that's already it. Okay, and now since I've yeah, okay. Let's see what happens if we do this. So I expect that this fetch thing is going to be executed. However, let me log out. Here. Let's log in with log in with Bruce, and then log out Tim's session. Yeah, goodbye. Voila. So if I now re-enter the main web page, I'm going to click on register, and then we'll inspect the debugger of Elm to see what. Oh, holy shit! No, wait, never mind. It just works. Holy shit! That's amazing. So the next part is to have them enter their nickname. If they then click on this button, then they should be associated with their their token. Now, the one thing I do want to check is because it's a bit weird though, because so if I do got fetch player by ExternalAccountRef, this here we put the token on the request. Wait, you can't actually see that, but this is the actual token. But where is that response? Ah, here. List. Ah, shit, there is someone there. Maybe I made a mistake then. Because I think, yeah, it might be incorrect. So it's the other way around. So if you're a known player, then we will have found something, basically. And if not, so if we haven't found you or not, or anything, then you will be redirected to register. That's what I was thinking, like, why is it actually working? And thank you also for congratulating me. But we are not there yet. So now there's an issue in the backend, I was gonna say, and because in the backend, that's what we did in the first part of the stream, is we set up a REST endpoint where you had to pass your ISS and your sub as query parameters to the HTTP request, or to the URL, but that's going to be a bit too difficult to decode that stuff in Elm and then pass that along to a REST API. So instead, what we're doing, and as I'm saying that, I keep on doubting myself, but the idea is I still want to, you know what? I'll call it player info, and that makes a bit more sense. So then we can just maybe not fetch player by external account ref whatever, but let's call it fetch player info instead. Because then we can I mean, it's just a name, but perform fetch player info. And maybe even what we should do is registered player info. And if you then get registered player info, we'll also rename this registered player info. And then you should get registered players. Nice. And then here, let's just add this. And then we've got a very clear endpoint. That seems a bit nicer. But then it should return a single thing or an empty result. I really wish I I developed the UI first. But then there's no way to test the UI. Difficult. Anyway, but the flow seems to work nicely, so that's already great. That's already great. Let's go to the scenario, and then instead of this stuff, maybe it still makes sense to put this in here, but then the way that we are going to fetch it, we'll just translate it, so it's no longer as query params, but we want to build a and encode a Jwt token, and then pass that along to player info. So not as this, but as headers, maybe? Is there a way to add headers somehow? Feature? Okay, let's go to the docs of Allez. Could have sworn they were still open. So I'm looking for a Kotlin HTTP client bearer. Maybe this'll work. With bear. No, wait, this is something completely different. Nope. Nope. Oh, it's not Kotlin, it's Ktor. Ktor HTTP client with bear. There you go. Features auth. Okay. Okay, apparently install auth, and then we can do. No, I want.
I'm selfish because I want you to be around for a long time.
Jung. Don't tell me it doesn't support OAuth requests, yeah. I guess it doesn't. It's a separate fee. Okay, somebody else that did this. Oof, with refresh tokens and everything. This has been not updated for an entire year, so I guess the thing we could do instead it's the thing we had open over here actually, so not auth client, but I guess it's default request. What is this thing? To set some defaults for the client. Yeah. Maybe that we haven't actually done anywhere. I think. Yeah, no. Yeah, there's no. Also, even if you set like a default request, you can't extend the URL there. So it's kind of a poopy. I mean, eventually, the default request will have that header of authorization bearer and then the token. But then I also will need to be able to set it lazily. But that's for later times. Huh? So for now, I guess we can just add a header. Toch? Or is the default request the only way to do that? Okay, let's see. We've got scheme path. And then a way to extend the request builder. Yeah. And that's the block then that we've got. And here we can add headers. So our request builder. Yeah. Is here we should be able to call headers or add a header apparently. So that's like this, and then we should do, it's an authorization, but maybe we should use the HTTP headers authorization, and then we'll do bearer, and then the bearer will contain the dummy Jwt token containing this Jwt info, and then I mean that should be fine already. Okie dokie, let's do val dummy Jwt equals difficult. We've got, or we had, I'm not sure we still have it, in fact. Shit. Shit, good sirs, we do not have it. Ah, okay, nice. Let's check it out. Let's just copy this god dang I think it's still open here. Ba-bam! So this is everything. And I can copy this as a dummy Jwt, and then let's pass Jwt info to this thing, and then we'll have a private function dummy Jwt that takes in a Jwt info, info, what's up? And it returns a string, and this is what the string looks like. Okay, let's do triple. Voila. And now I'm not sure if you can use dollar things. Ah, hier ze. Welcome back, Forever Mash. I was explaining earlier that I've been through some notes on how Jwts work. And I've learned a couple of... I mean, I learned a bunch of new stuff. In fact, not new stuff. I learned new stuff, for sure. I used Auth0 as a resource, and then the OWASP guides as a resource. And then somebody else told me it's the safest way to store Jwt tokens in your client on the browser is by using read-only cookies. So I should store my Jwt token in the read-only cookie and then bring it back whenever I need to use it. So that's the thing I'm going to do eventually, but for now I'm still keeping it in my JavaScript somewhere. And the safest flow is PKCE. That's the safest flow. But yeah. But I really liked it that you made me think about that. So yeah. Oh, this works. That's so cool. And then we can also use the ISS here. Because I just want to mock these things. I don't care about anything else. And now we've got a dummy Jwt token as a string. Yeah, maybe we wanted to have like a decoded string. Is there like a Jwt thing? Oh. Ow. Yeah, but I don't want to depend on... let's do our own type then. And that's exactly how I was going to write that. Yeah, PKCE. That's the... Let me look it up because it's a bit difficult for me to explain it. I sort of have it in my head, but it's like let's do... proof key for code exchange. That's it. And the library that I'm using actually supports this flow, so it shouldn't be that difficult to actually use this. It's just a bunch of more steps basically. So for me, it's nothing more than configuration a bit in my UI and my keycloak. And then you're good. Cool, eh? Oh, and then also I wanted to add, I'm going to be following this course, hopefully, on the 27th of May, that's of this month. And then hopefully I will learn a lot more about API security. Shiga! This is so good. The Gerd Sturf, Ermagerd. And we're nearly there because our UI all very chic. Nice, eh? It already forwards when you're successfully authenticated. It's going to forward, and my system doesn't know you, so to speak. Then it's gonna ask you for a please give us your nickname, and then you're actually registered as a player. If you back out, then yeah, we don't know you. But yeah, let's do private val or decoded string, I guess. This is a string. Let's just call it decoded. And then let's do it like this. And then if you want to have the encoded string, which is a value, then you can get that thing. And we'll do that by doing base 64. Looking for Kotlin implementations, can't find any. So I guess let's use the bouncy cancel one. I think we also use that from Spring, so maybe the Java one. A get encoder, and then we encode to string. I'm not sure if I can do that. Yeah, thankfully Kotlin lets me do that. This is it, I think. And then we can just query the encoded part. So that means this will just feed as Jwt. And then we'll write an extension function on string that says as Jwt, which is going to return our new type as Jwt, which will create a Jwt from this and then get the encoded. Wait, no, this is fine. And then we just need to return that, or really now we can remove the return type. I think I still want to keep the signature because that makes it a little bit more explicit. Coolio. And then since we've got the encoded val as a public property, we can do like this. Encoded. Mayong. Voila. And our Jwt is being put in a bearer token with the fixed ISS. We no longer need these anymore. Then the player info URL has changed, so that's good as well. We are using this thing here, so that should also be good. So then we only need to go to our player controller, which should no longer listen to these params, but should be listening to info, and because it's gonna take the root, so that's /API/player/info. We no longer take in these, but I don't know how to get the headers from the request. That's probably also something like this. Request header, and then headers, maybe. Please give it to me as a string author. Yeah, nice. So this is the authorization header. So that's auth header. Wait. What does this do? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I think it should just be a string no. And then I want to build that external account ref by encoding, no, decoding the auth header again. So auth header, decode this thing. Maybe there's a library for that actually, where we can just fetch the Jwt token in here. I hope there is actually. I'm not sure. Spring Boot. Well, I don't want to. Yes. Well, aren't you using Spring Security? You should be able to set up a filter that handles that. But so. No, how do you say it? Like my use case right now is really to just my Jwt token is always going to be on that header, but especially for this info, I only want to extract it for now. I don't want to actually implement security on my backend right now, if that makes sense. I don't want to do anything with Spring Security because it will cloud my mind, if that makes sense. I just want to skip a step a little bit for now. It might not be the best idea actually, unless you've got like a good suggestion, because I know like Spring Security, it's like this whole thing I need to set up, and it's just too much. I just want to extract the header. Spring Boot Jwt header Jwt in REST controller methods? I don't know. Yes, Stack Overflow. This is actually what I wanted. Okay. That's the token. Then what? This is what we already did, huh? But then what? This is when you've got Spring Security. Yeah, I guess it's... Is it just decode? That's it? I guess that's it, huh? I already sort of got that. Yeah, okay. Maybe... Yeah, no, let's do that. Okay, then we've got the byte array. I don't want that. To string. I'm not really sure if this is gonna... It's the extension. No, it's just an any on. So I don't think that to byte array dot to string is going to work. So maybe tutorial. Ah, here. Thank you, Kotlin. I love you, Kotlin. Decode to string. So this is the decoded Jwt. And then we need to sort of parse that in... Oh shit. It's not just a Jwt. That's right. This is the complete header. I need to... Isn't there like a strip or substring after, and then we've got the delimiter of bearer colon space. There we go. And now I need to object mapper this, I guess, into something that's... Nee? Yeah, I think it's gonna be the easiest thing, probably. Okay, object mapper. I know there's one here. But I could just not have it injected, in fact, and use the Jackson object mapper read value decoded decoded Jwt, and let's see what this thing looks like. It doesn't. It's a static class. That's it's a util class, so it's not this one I want. Okay, in that case, data class Jwt, and we'll do. I hope that ignore unknown properties is on. Otherwise, we're in a world of hurt. This is a, oh, you know what? We can instantly say that it's a Jwt ISS. Wat is het probleem, ja? Ah, okay. It's just being lazy or something. And here we need to indeed import. Okay, let's just do it like this then. Jwt, which is a Jwt, which is this thing. Then we don't need this crap anymore. And then we can use the extension function. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. And then this can just be Jwt.iss and Jwt.sub. And then we've got an integration test that's saying that this is working. Where are you at? Let's go. Let's go. I really wonder if this is going to work. Yeah, I mean, you need to do the substring before you do the decoding. Oy oy. I hope that's what I did. So I changed it with substring after, so I hope that the decoded Jwt doesn't take into account the bearer colon part. And then I hope that this is like the exact string or how string gets it in or receives the HTTP request header. Maybe I need to do some logging there. Wait, why is it very weird syntax? It's just chaining, I know. Oi. What we're saying here is get a decoder. Ah, yeah. So we get the auth header. This auth header is a byte array. So then this is the complete header string, let's say, right? Huh? Wait, hang on, huh? I want to know what this thing is. So let's do also logger. Is that the thing? Of course not. Yeah. Ah, okay, I understand now. I'm dumb. Okay. Oh my god. Second time I'm dumb. So we want to only get the Jwt token to be decoded. So this is the encoded encoded bearer token. Voila. And that we want to decode and then mop basically. Holy shit. Thank you for Rubbermash. Ah. Wait, why should it never have spaces? But because the algorithm can deal with spaces. Oh yeah, new errors. Let's go. Oh, same thing. Oi. Oi. Let's do a little bit of lurking. Wait, we can debug. Why am I gonna log when I can debug? Eh? Oh, just a spec. Okay. Maybe it contains the header itself. Like it will be like authorization space bearer colon space. And then the substring won't work, I guess. Well, actually no, then it still would work. I mean, maybe it won't. I'm not really sure. Let's figure out what's gonna happen. Cool. What's in the auth header? Just as it's without a colon, of course. Okay, that's fair. And let's. Oh, it already changed it. Ah, yeah, we haven't even. Oh. Let's run it again. We should have. Oh, I'm so dumb. Instead of just debugging it again and then stepping through the functions, you can see how much I've debugged lately. Yeah? It's not a lot, let me tell you. Oh, we've got you bastard. Okay, then I guess we'll need to add the feature of feature enable. Ignore. I don't know it by heart. So it would be deserialization. Maybe I need to just annotate my object or something. Wasn't it something like that? Be like JSON ignore and then nee. Fuck, I forget. JSON yeah, it's gonna be specifically to the class. I don't want to modify the mapper. But I don't know. Is it this thing? All properties are to be ignored. Ignore properties. Yeah, this is it. And then, okay. Ignore unknown through, voila. Hello? Yeah. Nearly there. Oh my god. This went faster than I would have expected, in fact. Why do I want the exp? My current API only requires the ISS and sub to get a unique external account ref. Yeah. So I'm like I said, I'm not going to be using it for actual authentication for now. That I will actually leave up to Spring Security. But for now, I really just want the sub and ISS to get a unique external account reference to just check if the player exists with this combination. But see, this is working. So if this is working, then we should actually just be able. Let me refresh. Let's also go to the Keycloak admin, log in as Bruce. Bruce loves bats. We'll log out and Tim's existing session because I was lazy AF and didn't clean the cookies on the logout. So I am now an anonymous user visiting the ScrambledEggs website. I'll be like, this looks like an interesting competition. I also want to join this. Let me register. Okay, you'll be redirected. So imagine this is the Epic website now. So Epic Games is what I mean, because Diabotical is under the Epic umbrella, and we should be able to use Epic's ID as an IDP there. So I'm going to be successfully logged in. Shit. So the expected behavior would have been for me to So the Elm UI recognizes that I am indeed Tim because his user info endpoint was called. But I expected the UI to have redirected me to the login screen because I don't think that there's already an existing instance. Oh, y'all. No, wait, let me think. So this is my successfully logged in token. There's no way. Hang on. Let's go to the database and go to. Oh, I think I put it in projections. Here, registered players. There should be a scallop in there. Epic schlep. I mean, that combination is non-existent. Ah, wait, I'm like usual, super dumb. I need to refresh my backend, of course, or reload my backend. Oh yeah, I used it earlier to get the payload. I love that website, it's so cool. Fish show. Alright, here we go. Now we can go back to this thing here. Logout, want to check Shihot. So I will log out all of the sessions. I will refresh the page. I will click on register again. Do the same thing. So again, I'm on the Epic website. I'm gonna log in using my credentials for the Epic Games website. I'm gonna log in and I'm gonna expect that I'm going to be redirected to the register page because there's no registered player to be found in the system with that ISS and sub combination. Son of a bee. Why it is not working? Oh, here we go. Bad request. You what mate? So when I do got fetch registered player info response, that means there's gonna be an error in the. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Illegal base 64 character 2e. What's the difference? Let's go back to main Elm. Use a token to authenticate a request should maybe token to string doesn't add the bearer token. Yes, it does, but with uppercase B, I think we did that as well. So that shouldn't be the issue, huh? Or is it? No. It should be fine. And it's really in the decoding part, so is that because it got URL encoded maybe? Yeah, I think so. I think so too. So if I were to rerun my registration scenario with the same string, then that should still work because there aren't any specific URLs in there, right? I mean URL encoded things in there. And then even if this fails, I'm still going to try and run my UI. So this works, that's great. Then we shall run this again. Or redeploy. Oh, this is so exciting if this works. I feel like at that point I have earned some refactoring. Let's log out their session again. You should not have refreshed it. Voila. Let's refresh. Okay, I am just a noob, but I do have an Epic account. I click on register. I say this is me. Fucking hell. What's it this time? Still same issue. Same error even. Let's rerun it and debug, I guess. I think the strangest part is that I think we actually even took the Jwt token from here. So the thing that we were actually going to send. on yeah, okay, whatever. Let's run the scrambled application or the backend and debug. Okay, breakpoint here, and then let's see where we end up. Okay, so I think it doesn't matter if we do a refresh now, but I want to retry the same scenario. So let's log out all of the sessions, refresh. Cheers, mate. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and for the helpful tips. Here's the bearer. It doesn't look wrong, let's say. So if I were to try to just execute this, hey, oh yeah, voila. Maybe it needs a char set or whatever. Okay, at least I can just unit test this stuff. Got the package, but nothing's in it. Jwt test, Jwt manual decode test here. Can manually decode a Jwt. So if I were to actually voila, and then we'll just put the code from here in there. I can reproduce it a little bit easier. Decode to string, that's great. And then we'll just do this. And then we'll just duplicate that there as well. Voila. And then if we run this, it should also fail. Huh? The fuck? Maybe I haven't configured. I don't think it should be. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Right? Okay, let's see if this works then. Don't think this will be all Ah, voila, okay. Illegal base 64, great. Okay, so now we've managed to reproduce. Then we can just ignore this. And keep on running the test, I guess. I really wonder what's wrong with this. Maybe if I put it in the Jwt.io thing, does it change it? Where is it? Here. This can just decode it just fine, actually. I wonder if I... Okay. Compare with clipboard. Identical. What? So, what is it that Jwt.io does differently? Maybe it's not base 64. Split on dot and decode each part. That is gonna make sense. I wonder why it was that. So I had this scenario test. This one. Ah, yeah, of course. This only has this part in it, and it doesn't have the the extra, like this, the header part in it. Yeah, okay, so that's probably the reason why. Okay, so that will be Jwt header plus, and then Jwt header. Maybe we'll just do it like this. Voila. And then this we also do. Maybe we can just put it in here because eventually that's the most important thing. So here for this get part, I think I'll do like that. And then we'll concatenate the Jwt header with the encode to byte array piece in it, and we'll add that. And so if I were to run my my scenario test again, it should fail for the same reason, I hope. Let me check that out. Usually we don't do this manually, huh? We can decode. Oh, fuck off. Using built-in blah blah blah. Yeah, you split. Yeah. The header and the payload. It's exactly like you said. Yeah. Okay. Nice. In the meanwhile. Son of a bee. Oh yeah, I don't want to put that here. That's fine. Let's rerun it again. Come on, fail. Yeah, no, not really. Input byte array was incorrect ending byte. That I don't know. I guess you need to encode the complete thing in base 60. No, I need the dot. That's the reason why. I feel like we're almost there. It's difficult giving up at this point. And thanks for sticking around, Anthony Q. Been very helpful. Oh. Yeah, no. Still no. Okay, I feel like I first want to just try and make it work in my controller and then... Okay, so here we've got the encoded bearer token. And instead of just decoding this in its entirety, I only want to split this. On dot, and then we've got a list, and I only want the second part, I guess. Is it a second part? Where's like the complete thing again? And the Jwt.io thing. Here's a dot. Oh, there's 3 dots. Oh. And here's the verify signature shit. That's the stuff that we were missing as well. Yeah. Payload and signature, yeah. Alright. Take... Well, actually, no. I only want the second one. And that should be... No, this is actually still the bearer token. That's fine, but I only want... val... So not... How do you call the payload? Payload. Job payload. Encoded bearer token. There we go. And then this is this bit. And then we should be good. And then I think maybe I can fix the scenario by also adding or appending, and then we'll just use this. String, or put it in the list of these, and then the no, not the header, the signature, and then we will join them using a dot. That's it. So really, this is the header. Now I want to turn this into block body. Call this the header. Why? It used to, when you do extract variable, stand on this thing so that you can rename it. So this is the payload, and then this is the signature. So maybe some settings have changed after I upgraded. And the signature, maybe I just want to hard code if that even would work. I think so. I hope it's just fine that it looks like this all the time. So if I run this again, and then I should get the same exception message with the E stuff, and then I can do the decoding properly. Or maybe did I already fix it? Yeah, so I expect a green test now. Dang it. Yeah, okay. Alright, that was it. Okay, then we'll need to rerun our backend or redeploy our backend locally and then see it in action. Oh my god. I will have deserved sleep. Okay, it's up and running. We'll go back to the Keycloak admin, log out all of the sessions. Let's go to the logout, the main page again. Again, I am an anonymous visitor. I've come to this magnificent leaderboard website of Diabotical, the child game. I log in with my Epic Games account and I get redirected to a register page where I need to fill in my nickname because I'm not registered yet. Motherfucker. Why not? What happened? Oh. Oh wait, it did work. Oh my god, I didn't notice that it worked. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I was like, what the fuck, it's still not working. But it is, yay! Alright, Anthony, my friend. Oops. See, you have deserved to join the fray. Yay! But now, sadly, I think you're still... I mean, I'm not using the correct ISS and sub. Yeah. So that's the only thing I need to fix now. Oh dear lord. But that, I think, is for next time. Oh man. Yeah, the next part is just API fixes. Dear lord. The redirecting happens, and then I guess if I click on this button, I need to be redirected back to the home page, but then this should still show, basically. Yay! Achievement unlocked. That was good, huh? This is fun. This is still fun. And that's not just me telling that to myself to keep on doing this, but it's actually, I'm learning every day. Every time I do live coding, I'm learning new stuff. Whether that be silly stuff or, you know, like a practice stuff where I really should pay attention to being the UI when I write my scenario tests. That's like the biggest takeaway of tonight. Because I had to redo this backend REST API endpoint because I wrote a scenario test as if I don't know, as if I had the information in a sub and an ISS part. So, all right. So if we go over what we changed, here's the change to try and fetch info for a specific player, where we had to manually decode. So that's all is going to be removed once we implement Spring Security. This test can go because by That's that. Then some changes to main.elm. Yeah, no, wait, yeah, I think so. Yeah, main.elm, where instead of just passing along none when we return or when we get the user info, we also want to perform fetch registered player info with a token. There's like a stylistic choice maybe of where instead of reacting to the getting the user info, we just instantly get it when fetching user info. So when we successfully have been authenticated, because there we do command.batch stuff. So maybe we can add the perform fetch registered player info there as well. If we don't get user info, then don't do anything. I guess that sort of makes sense. Here's the call we're gonna do. I mean, this definitely needs some work to be a little bit more prettier. And then we've got the nice suggestion here to make that more expressive, I think, as well. Huh? So if you get a fetched registered player info response, but it's empty, then it means we don't know you and you need to register. You can pattern match on tuple. Wait, where? Is it here? Maybe here you mean? Okay. But yeah, that's about it. Making this more pretty is like a thing on its own, I think. I just wanted something working today. Here's another refactoring we had to do from before when we were just passing Jwt.iss and sub combinations to the player thing. And then, oh wait, hang on. And then we passed the authorization header now. That's to set up the dummy Jwt thing. Okay, let's go to main.elm and see if we can find that suggestion. So, case. Oh wait, I don't have that thing yet, but I don't really know why. Where? So, likely here. I'm still trying to think, eh? You can pattern match. Still wondering where. Do you mean here in this part? User info response. Ah, here in the actual. Oh, just immediately get the token. But I do need to. Ah, yeah. So if we make the case a combination of this and of the token, then we can do it like this. And we don't care about the token here. And here it's, you've got the user, it's an okay with the user info. And we've got a just with the actual token. Then That's this case basically. So okay, hang on, I'm trying to refactor this step by step. So it should look like this. And then we've got the other case. Oh, Jesus. With this. But then with nothing. And then it should still do this. But with CMD none. And then that should still work. So now we've refactored it. Now I have to think a bit. This OK user info is still important because I need to set this auth flow to done, I think. Or don't I? Yeah, actually, that's incorrect because... Hang on now. So really what we're saying here is that if you have... if your got user info thing succeeded, and there's also a token, this is the only interesting case that we want to tackle, in fact, because this one shouldn't actually exist. It's impossible for you to have user info and then nothing. So, and it's not error because that's how we're handling that stuff. So this case should really not exist. And I mean, the better way to handle that is to make that state non-existent through types. But I don't have the... I really don't have the energy to do that just now, or maybe even ever. Because it would mean not adhering to the example that the OAuth library provides, and I'm not confident enough yet to leave that behind, if that makes sense. Bit of a chicken I am. But yeah, honestly, this can just be that, and then really what should happen is you're in an illegal state, and now it should be exploding somehow. But I don't know how to do that. Maybe I don't care about the model even anymore to be updated, so then it would look like that. And then basically you're just ignoring that case, but this is pretty bad because if then there's like a new user info response, then all of a sudden you have a case that you're already handling. You don't get a compiler error anymore there, and I don't want to use wildcards. So then I'd still rather do this. I'd still rather do this, in fact. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if else you can't. But yeah, the thing with the nested case of, then that starts you off into a pyramid of doom. How do you see the diff again? Oh yeah, all of this is new. Let's check it out. All right, so before it was, I can't compare with what we had before. So before your user info response result was either it errored or it was okay and you got a user info. And then now I want to say, hey, if you've got a user info and you have a token, then do some specific case. If you have a user info but there's no token, yeah, this is, I like this better than extracting it out of the model with an if or with a case. Yeah. It's more clear that it's both those things that should be combined. That's the thing that makes it more expressive. Cool. Great suggestion. And the rest is I think I'm gonna keep this suggestion of yours. It's a good one. But then you're really the token. In fact, there's another thing. Wow, thank you for following, Anthony. There was another thing I wanted to add there, like because in the example of the OAuth library that I'm using, they only keep the token until they fetch their user info. So really, I shouldn't even be keeping the token on my model at all. It should just be a very temporary thing, and then use the user info to do my calls to the backend. But that I don't think I will ever be able to do that. So the idea there is to not keep it on my model. Well, no, wait. Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's so difficult. I want to keep my token on a read-only cookie in the browser, basically. So once I set it, then all of the requests that go to the API are gonna use that same token, and that will then I'll need to extract it in the backend somewhere to make sure that, or to expect that the token or the authentication is in there in the cookie, and then it should be okay. Yeah, me too. But I'm still learning Elm, and I feel like sometimes progressing in the code base or like in the implementation is more important than making impossible states impossible, because of yeah, it's how do you say that? If this were an actual project, I mean not a hobby project, not a side project, I would be incurring technical debt every time I didn't do that. And now, instead of incurring technical debt, I would say I'm incurring learning debt. So I want to postpone learning until I feel more confident. Yeah, the refactoring will be easy. I've been through some pain with that as well before, but yeah, indeed, if you start the refactoring and at some point it just compiles again, you're like, oh, here comes the exciting parts. It's gonna just work. Yeah, that's what happened when I extracted both home and registration out of main. And when that happened and I did the refactoring, that was such a nice feeling. Really amazing. All right, let's make it decommit. So what did we do now? We are now forwarding to the register page when a user successfully authenticated but wasn't known in the backend. It's actually the title of the stream, so I'm really happy that we made that we achieved this. Oh my god. Yay! Alright. Okay, so next Tuesday there won't be an actual... I have to got time to have some rest. See you in a future stream. Congrats again. Thank you so much. Thank you for your suggestions. They were extremely helpful. And I also like the back and forth between like what the cool thing about Elm is and stuff. So next Tuesday I was gonna say I won't be streaming because next Tuesday is the second Tuesday of the month. I will be hosting the Lean Coffee Leuven session again. I'm afraid that we won't be able to go outside still with the corona measures in Belgium. But there will be an extra stream on Sunday. It's another one of the Sunday special streams where I'm gonna be talking about motivation. And I've got like my own model for that. Let's say like my own way to think about it. And yeah, I hope you watch. It's gonna be a shorter stream, and no coding. But yeah, I hope it'll be worthwhile. And if not, you can, if you don't catch that, you can watch it after on the YouTubes. But in the meanwhile, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I do, and see you next time. Peace!